It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton with you once again. We're down to 2 days of racing this spring meet. We got 9 races today. We'll close it out with a nice 10-race card tomorrow, highlighted by the Bewitch and Warlike Goddess going for her 3rd consecutive win in the Bewitch. I got to look that up. Has there been a horse that's won 3 in a row in a stakes race recently in history here at Keeneland?
I have
to check it out.
No idea. I really don't.
Appreciate your honesty.
I couldn't even guess.
We'll cross that bridge tomorrow on Today at Keeneland. Yeah. But today, we should have good weather up until the very end. There's some rain expected to come in around 6 o'clock, could continue through the evening. So that's something, if you're handicapping ahead for the closing day card at Keeneland, do keep that in mind.
Cool. Yeah, it's might get a little bit of wet weather later today, tomorrow, but it seems like a very competitive card. Unfortunately, some major scratches today, which we'll talk about, and we're kind of having to shift gears here a little.
We are, yeah. We just had a scratch announced in race number 2, Candy Maker, a Wesley Ward runner that was getting pretty highly touted scratch. That's the number 8 horse, right?
Yeah,
the 8 scratched in race number 2, just announced moments before we came live here on Today at Keeneland. Great day of racing. Let's look back at yesterday, though. Let's go to race number 4, midway through the card. Michael Stidham, Brian Hernandez Jr., Catnip, the son of Kitten's Joy, thriving on the turf yesterday at Keeneland.
Yes, he was. Congratulations to Mike Stidham and Brian Hernandez Jr. High fives before they enter the winner's circle. What a beautiful day it was yesterday as well. Here's Bright Work in the 2-year-old race for John Ortiz, Raylu Gutierrez. This was a really impressive performance from this 2-year-old filly because she didn't break on top. She rated from behind some of the pace setters, and then she found a seam towards the rail, and she wound up winning. Beautiful looking horse as well. And then here's Our Shot, pulling off the upset in the feature against the Wesley Ward heavy favorite.
Yeah, Bound for Nowhere. He was well clear there. Quite a story. John Terranova telling us the horse was actually on his way to Maryland to run a stake last weekend. They canceled racing up at Laurel Park, had to regroup, entered the horse in an extra race, which was this one, and he gets in and he wins. Well done, and great audible by Terranova. One giant leap in race number 7, Wesley Ward. Walter Rodriguez in the 3 Chimney Silks getting the win. He's a good-looking horse. One giant leap.
Beautiful.
Thank you for backing that up. And then the jockey trainer stands.
Well, I was going to say, Wesley had a chance to really break away from Brad Cox yesterday, and some of the heavier priced horses that he ran lost. So now he's only 1 ahead of Brad, who has 10. Tyler Gaffalione, he is 3 ahead of Luis Saez. I read Ortiz down there in 12th as well.
But as we discussed yesterday, Wesley's got 2 opportunities today. He's got a horse in
one now.
Well, he's still got a horse in race number 2.
Oh, I see.
So
okay.
He's got 2 2-year-olds that are entering there. So he's got 1 in the opener, 1 in race number 2. He's got 5 entered tomorrow. Brad Cox only has 3 more entries for the rest of the meet. Or 2 more, I should say. Wednesday has already happened. So he's got 2 more between today and tomorrow. So Wesley, he's stacked the deck in that sense. So it's going to be tough for Brad Cox to catch him with just 2 more starters there. So, and then as far as the jockey race, I mean, Irad could close on Saez and Gaffalione and win. They all have opportunities, enough opportunities to leapfrog one another and get to the top. But right now, Tyler Gaffalione, he's at the top with those victories, 18 to Saez's 15, and then Irad's 12. Weather, here's WKYT.
It's a little bit of a different day for us out at the track because things are going to change. The cloud cover is going to be out there in abundance, and eventually some showers and storms will likely arrive. Temperatures are going to be just fine, though, the entire day. We're going to keep those numbers up well into the 60s. Maybe even close to 70 degrees at a time. So there's that chance as well. So as we start looking forward to out at Keeneland today, temperature is 67, 69. Dry for the first part of all of this as we go through 2, 3 o'clock, and then you get to about 4 o'clock. And the first showers might start drifting into our skies. And by the end of it, as we're getting toward the end of and the last post time, some showers and thunderstorms could blow in for that as well. So I'm not expecting a sloppy track or anything like that, but the presence of rain will certainly be felt, especially for the second half of the race day. Have a great one, everybody.
All right, like we said, we'll keep an eye on that going into the evening. Hopefully it gets past this. Our researcher, Andy, commenting on our color coordination. We came with it today.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that. I knew you weren't going to pick up on it because you're colorblind.
That's true. Yeah.
But this is blue. Baby blue, and that's baby blue.
Yeah, so
Just
it's
so you
all
know.
coming together. All right, social media, or full card picks, full card picks. It's time for you to go to
Jump the
work,
gun
Gabby.
here. Yes, I didn't prepare ahead of time. Race 7, we agree. And that is all.
It's like the matching game.
Yeah, race 7.
Race 7.
And I'm not surprised. It's just kind of one of those days where I even think some of the favorites aren't going to be heavy favorites. You can still go in that direction, still probably get a good price on them. It's a mixed bag of horses today for sure.
Download the Keeneland Race Day app. It's available on your favorite smart device, your tablet or your smartphone. And then social media. Pull that same device. Give Keeneland Racing a follow on Twitter, Facebook at Keeneland. Same on Instagram or Insta. And then FanDuel TV on Twitter at FanDuel TV. Roku, Amazon Fire TV. If you get any of those 3 connected devices at home on your television, download the FanDuel TV Plus app, and you'll have access each and every day to FanDuel TV, FanDuel Racing, on-demand content, getting ramped up for our Derby Week coverage.
Do you have your Derby outfit picked out?
No.
I'm scrambling. People have known for months, and I still don't know.
I'm a day-to-day guy. Not go to the gift shop. They'll get you set up. Pick up some ties for the guys. They got sport coats in there. They got some jackets if you need be. I don't know what the weather's supposed to be next week. We haven't gotten that advance of a forecast, at least from what I've seen. But you got to have all options open. They got hats.
And ponchos.
You were shopping for hats earlier.
I was. I think I'm going to go over there and get that hat.
Which one? You showed me like 4.
The orange one that's really high.
Okay.
You said it's not appropriate for television, but...
Just one bit of advice. When you're walking through a door, make sure you duck.
Yeah.
Okay? That's all I'm going to say.
A couple of birds might land on
They
it.
could. Absolutely could. There's a lot of birds around in the area. One flying behind us right now. Race number 7, our featured race. First level allowance condition. One thing, too, about today, great card. Late race exotics are brilliant. How about the Keeneland Turf Pick 3? It's the last 3 races of the day. So you've got that opportunity. Do I have that right?
No, it
was misprinted.
It was misprinted in my past performances as well. It's races 5, 7, and 9.
So scratch that. 5, 7, 9. I was going to say, they don't run consecutive turf races. Why would that be the case? Okay, 5, 7, and 9 for the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Ignore my statement. You can play those last 3 races of the day. It's called the Late Pick 3. You got paperwork flying everywhere. This first level allowance condition, we both have the same top selection. It's the only race we agree in, the featured race, and we both go to the number 7 horse, Tammy Tap Tap, for Richard Rigney and his Rigney Racing, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2021, $270,000, filly by Candy Ride. We'll roll back her race where she ended up 3rd at Turfway Park. This is back in February, so a few months back. She closed into the pace. Look how far back she is at this stage, but she gets out into the clear, and she's going to end up only beating a length and 3/4, even with still this amount of ground to make up. She won her debut race at Tampa Bay Down. She sat a little closer to the pace, so that was the difference between these 2 races for her, the trip that she had. But good stout close there. She's going to move over to the turf course, get some more ground to work with. She's got the pedigree as far as distance is concerned, and she's got a proven female family as far as the turf and just overall. Pay Lady, the mother of this filly, the Seeking the Gold mare, she's produced 6 winners, a stakes winner, and one of those 6 winners, a turf winner. So she's got it all going on for her. I've got Tammy Tap Tap on top for Phil Bauer, and Rigney Racing, Declan Cannon. Rode her on debut. He's back with this filly here today. Then the 8 horse Miss Riddler for Eddie Keneally, the daughter of Dialed In. She was a winner on debut at Ellis Park. She, too, is a half-sister to a couple of turf winners as well, so the pedigree's there to make the transition over to turf. She won on debut on dirt, gets Lasix for the first time here today. And then Venencia for Chad Brown, a French import, Recoletos, a 3-year-old filly who hasn't been seen in 5 months, but it's Chad Brown. It's Irad. It's a grass race. It's a 3-year-old filly, and it's here at Keeneland.
Yeah, I used her in the mix as well, but we agree on the top pick, and Tammy Tap Tap. I don't think that distance should be any bit of an issue.
We missed a tap there. Tammy Tap Tap Tap. Kurt, don't miss that tap. That third tap.
Yeah, I think she'll be able to get the distance. I don't think that's going to be an issue. The only thing I'll say is that she does seem to close at one turn, and sometimes we see that difference, right? closing sprinters, they don't always do well stretching out to a distance of ground. But I actually think she's had to overcome some things at sprint distances, and she'll improve at a longer distance. But the 6 Desert Tempest is my second selection in here for trainer Brendan Walsh. And we'll take you back to her race, not last time out, but 2 starts back. It was the last time she was on the turf. And you can see the turf conditions at the fairgrounds. This is kind of what we were dealing with all winter. I was on site there all winter. The rail was out. You could only card 8 horses in one field, sometimes only 1 turf race a day. On bigger days, they carded more turf races, and it was just kind of hit or miss for horses that liked it or didn't like it. I thought she ran perfectly fine coming in off the layoff. She hadn't raced since October of last year at Belmont, and she, I think, kind of needed the race. It set her up perfectly to get that win last time out at the fairgrounds when it rained off the turf. She's a filly by American Pharoah. She gets back to the turf today, where I think she's more than capable, and I used her in second, and also Venencia in third. 7-6-3 for me.
Good race. Looking forward to it. Race 7. Here is Tom Leach for more on today's featured Race 7.
Tyler Gaffleone is aboard Be My Sunshine for the allowance feature. Tell me about that last race, first time you were on this horse down at Gulfstream.
It was the first start against winners. She ran a very credible race first time out, closed really well that day on a track that doesn't really play well to closers, so it was even more impressive. She made a good run, but the track was playing more towards speed that day. The speed held, and she put in a big effort, but we just weren't able to get it done. But I think coming here, a little longer stretch, a little wider turn, she'll be able to get into more of a rhythm, and we should see the best of her.
You're competing for another leading riding title, and this is probably the strongest jockey colony maybe ever at Keeneland. So that would be pretty a thing to be very proud of if you can pull it off.
Oh, most definitely. All the credit goes to horsemen. They bring these horses over ready. I'm just privileged enough to be able to ride them. But we're having a lot of fun. It's been great competing against some of the top riders in the nation. Hopefully we can finish it off.
And then a week from Saturday, aboard Verifying, the runner-up here in the Toyota Bluegrass in the Kentucky Derby. You getting nervous at all?
Not really nervous. More excited than anything. Everybody looks forward to the Derby. It seems like the hype's starting to build, and we're hoping for a good post position and a good effort out of him.
So you got another move forward?
I believe so. That was a big race last time. He's a big individual. Brad's very high on him, so I'm sure he knows what to do.
That's Tyler Gaffleone, the one to watch in the feature today.
That's your Preakness pick, right? Verifying?
Yeah.
You've already got a Preakness
We're
pick.
skipping ahead. We're totally skipping ahead.
We can never just have what's in front of us in racing. We got to think Preakness. You got a Belmont pick yet?
Yeah, I was asked this question recently, and I'm like, oh, God, I don't even know about the Derby. Let's wait till Derby post position draw. Exactly. I will not give out a Derby pick until the post position draw.
Exactly.
Don't ask me.
Because didn't you pick a horse that drew post 1 recently, and you went into this whole thing about
I did.
Post 1, it wasn't going to be a big deal, and this and that.
It turned out to be kind of a big deal.
It's not where you want to be, okay? I don't care who you are, what situation you're in, you don't want to be post 1 in the Kentucky Derby, even with the new starting gate. I promise you that. I mean, it's just that is what it is. That's race number 7. Let's go into our key races of the day. We'll start with race number 8. 7 furlong, non-1 is a 2 allowance race. Another quality field here. Braganza, the number 5 horse, is the morning line favorite for Redmond Farm and Eddie Keneally. Braganza, a filly that has sprinted for a majority of her career. I'm going to head in the direction of the Brett Calhoun runner, the number 7 horse, Non-Violence, a horse, a filly by Violence, who is just 1 for 3 in her career. She was debuted back in December, beginning of that meet at Fairgrounds, which extends into the end of March. And that was a sprint effort for her. And she put together one of the better efforts of her career. We'll roll it back for you. This is a win by 5 1/4 lengths. And there she is. She's not going to be hard to find with that big white blaze down the center of her face. But Daughter of Violence that kicked on with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle and won this one pretty convincingly. She then went 2 turns and was beaten in the end, going a mile and a 16th. I know there's the long stretch in play, and that she didn't come with really much of anything in that race, the follow-up race to her first 2-turn event. But the cutback in distance is the idea that I have with Non-Violence. I think that will get her back into more of what we saw from there. Got her on top. Braganza, the second choice for me. This is a tough race to really figure who's going to be the favorite. I'm not going to argue that against anybody being the favorite in this race. And then the Rail filly, Ain't Broke, another one for Brett Calhoun, another one cutting back in distance. So I think Brett's got a big shot to do some big work in race number 8. But Non-Violence, top selection on the cutback and distance. That's the angle in race 8.
That's what I'm saying. It's just kind of hard to get a strong feeling of some of these races today. I think that's one of them, and I'll take us to a different race, race 6. I had a strong feeling, and then that strong feeling scratched. Silver Leaf, the 4, is out. And then also She's All Class, who figured to take some money for Mike Maker, is also a scratch in here. So Pentagon is the 9-5 morning line favorite, the number 6 horse. I guess my stronger opinion is that I don't necessarily want this horse. I'm going against. I know that's crazy. It's going to be a smaller field. I'm tossing. I'm going in a different direction. She just seems like she's been one-paced. And today, it's a race that there's a little bit of speed. I don't mind that. But it's a short stretch. It's a mile and a 16th. She doesn't have much speed. The last time she was on the dirt, the only time she was on the dirt, or she was on the dirt twice, but the last time she was on the dirt was here at Keeneland on a sloppy track. And she finished 3rd in a 6-horse field by over 6 lengths. It was a very strung out field. I just think she's a better turf horse. So I am going in a different direction. I went to the 8, to Joria, as my top selection. To me, I think she'll benefit from a little bit of added distance today from the mile to the mile and a 16th. She's a filly by California Chrome, and she's never tried the dirt. I think she should be able to handle that transition just fine. So I use her on top, and then the 7, Lily's Creed. In my opinion, there are 2 speed horses in this race, Lily's Creed and the 1. I am going to include both of those horses in the top 3 and see who can outfinish one another. But Lily's Creed, although against cheaper company last time out, she took it to the field. She was forwardly placed. She broke her maiden, and now she goes against tougher company today. I should say the 5 is actually quite fast, too, and she could be involved early. But I guess my stronger opinion now with the scratch in my top selection is the 8. I think she gets the right setup. I think the dirt should be fine at this distance.
Let's go to the Clocker report now. Just one to focus in on because we had that late scratch right before today at Keeneland with Candy Maker being scratched out of race number 2. So that was initially part of the Clocker report. So we just got Gettleman as the one to focus in on. This will be in the 9th and final here this afternoon. It's a mile and 3/16 maiden special weight event, and Gettleman for Brendan Walsh and Godolphin, a hard spun gelding. Has just one start that was down at Fairgrounds. Now moves over to the turf course here today. It was an off-the-turf event in which he was debuted at the Fairgrounds on the 19th of March. Stable has been rolling. Yes, Brendan has had a heck of a meet. Gets Irad to ride here today. Any improvement makes him the one to beat. So the workout they focus in on was actually 3 works back at the beginning of the month, 1 minute and 2/5, 6th best of 43. He's had 2 works since. Kind of maintenance works in comparison to that one, 101 and 3 for both of them on the 15th and the 21st. It is time for our multi-race exotics, as we'll dive into the pick 4 and pick 3. And you had the pick 4, $32 ticket. Well done, $179.
Thank you. We have to celebrate an achievement when we get them, right?
That's right. Now you can afford that hat.
I can. You're right.
Right in the region, right?
Right in the region.
Okay. Here's my late pick 4, $72 ticket. I mean, this is a good sequence. It's a good sequence because of what you talked about as far as the favorites, not being overwhelming favorites really in most of these races today. And I think that you've got to find some coverage, and obviously that's the approach that I'm going to take to play $72. That, and Gabby called me cheap yesterday with a $32 ticket. So 1, 6, 7, and 8 are the 4 numbers to start things off. In that 50 claimer, now what is it, 2 lifetime? It's a tricky one. Race number 7, I'll use my top 3 selections, 3, 7, and 8. We talked about that race. Race number 8, that is a now what is it, 2 allowance race. I know I've got the cutback and distance horses, but to send for me for Jonathan Thomas, she should be a speed factor in there. She could take it to him early, and maybe she can shake loose. That's why I threw her in race number 8, and then 2, 8, and 9 to close things out. I guess I should consider Gettleman in that 9th race as well. So that's the approach to the late pick 4 today at Keeneland, starting in race 6.
I will take us to the turf pick 3. Again, a $3 wager. Races 5, 7, and 9. Race 5, I just used 2 horses, the 4 and the 5. I like the 4, the Gray Wizard for trainer Graham Motion. Won an allowance race back in January at Santa Anita. We'll talk more about that horse in a minute. And the 5, Wicked Fast, who ran wickedly fast last time out in the Grade 2 Pan American. has been going against Graded Stakes Company and the McDarmida and the William McKnight. It's just, I think he is the class of the field, so you have to be fearful of him. In the 7th race, that was, I guess, the race that I spread the most. We talked about Tammy Tap Tap Tap, who is the 7 horse. I'll include her, but also the 6 Desert Tempest, as well as the 3 Venencia and the 4 as well for Grand Motion. So Grand Motion having a couple of runners today, and then we get to the nightcap. I just used 2 horses. I could pay for this later, but I like the 12 Border War for trainer Shug McGahee, and then also the 8 Be Well for trainer Jack Sisterson. Louis Saez aboard, blinkers going on for the first time.
I like a half dozen in that last race, it seems, but there's one horse that stands out to me in that race that I think will be a solid price. As we move into our best angles of the day, I'm going to take a shot with Karoom in the nightcap because he's 12-1 on the morning line. He's going to get lost in the shuffle of the Gettlemans. I think Monjin will get some respect. Missionaire, obviously, Border War, Dr. Kringle. But here's a horse for Wayne Catalano, and he's named for one of his owners, Jerry Karoom. I believe still the meet's leading owner down in Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park, where he spends his winter. Jerry Karoom, a phenomenal guy. Hopefully we'll see him out here this afternoon. But I think the added distance is going to make a big difference. And he comes out of those fairgrounds races on the turf that we've talked about so often. And he was able to close into those slow paces, which there's always a slow pace with the turf set up. And we'll go back to the 1st of March, and there he is. He's out wide. A lot of horses were moving to the wide part of the court earlier in the meet, and then everybody kind of gravitated more towards the inside. So the approach from these riders just sort of all over the place. And Karoom, he's going to end up beating just a half of a length. And think about the ground that he covered by going from that, say, 5 path to the inside. And I think that caught him up, but he's coming to the competition there, escapologist. So I think that the son of Flincher, that's an all-world Group 1, Grade 1 winner, will appreciate the added distance. So give me 20 to close out the day with Karoom here today for our man, Wayne Catalano and Jareth Ludbury.
All right, I'm going to take us to the 5th race, the race that I was alluding to, where I like the Gray Wizard at 7-5, Wicked Fast, also in the mix in my Turf Pick 3 at 5-2. And I just think that this horse has a lot of class at this distance, especially on the turf at 1.5 miles. Now, this has kind of been a reoccurring theme where we see horses come off layoffs in these long-distance turf races, but at least this horse has a little bit of recency, ran last out in February, so it's not too much of a layoff. But we'll go back to the beginning of the year in January at Santa Anita, where he won an allowance race. Now, he was getting a bit of a class relief. He had competed against Grade 2 Company and the Hollywood Turf Cup in the race prior to, dropped in class 60 cents to the dollar in this allowance field, and he just blew past them late. It goes on to win by 2.5 lengths. In the end, you can see the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners Silks and this horse just striding out. So he dominated against that field, and then he came back and he found himself really far back off the pace at 1.25 miles, kind of a faster pace. I think he was a little disoriented from that and just had so much ground to make up. He wound up finishing 5th, but only lost by a little over a length. So honestly, I think the 4-5, you might even want to do a cold exacta here. I think these are the 2 class horses of the field, but the 4, the Gray Wizard, I keyed on top of the 1-5-8 in that exacta. You could play it for more if you want.
As much as you like. I do like Kitten Mischief in there because of that Verstappen crossover from 2 starts back because he responded coming out of that race. I think you've got to respect him, Jonathan Thomas. He's only run a handful of horses here, but they've all showed up.
Yeah.
At Keeneland Racecourse. I think today could be a good day for Mr. Thomas.
Don't ask him to do an interview beforehand, though.
I'm going to.
He's not going to be happy about that.
About what? Being asked to?
Well, we were joking the other day that we haven't been the best of luck for him.
You start your reporting in race number 5, so you need to interview him. That's your challenge for the day. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
Long shot play on this card comes in race 8. It is Story Hour at 12-1 from the Ian Wilkes barn. Just ignore the most recent races on synthetic. Focus on that race last fall at Churchill Downs, which is the last time this horse was on the dirt. That 79 buyer figure, that, if he can reproduce that, would make this horse a real contender in this spot. The Wilkes barn's been hot. 12-1 on the morning line. If that holds, that'd be a great price on Story Hour.
Thanks, Tom. Signed bet of the day. Of course, Gabby wins. What was the final tally? Did we have one on the Wednesday challenge?
No.
Yeah, we don't. I didn't do any good yesterday. You had our shot. That's right. You had our shot. So that was probably the winner for you. 2-1.
You know, my handicapping's been kind of cold this meet. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like I have one strong and good opinion a day. And really, that's all you can hope for. Because if you narrow in on one race and you unload in that race, you make money on the day. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't go to the races and bet every single race. I have certain opinions in certain races. I think if you can have 2 or 3 strong opinions a day and you can profit off of that, then it's a very, very, very good day.
That's the beauty of playing racing, because you can be like 1 for 4 and make money. I mean, it's honestly, you can't. Because, you're betting on other things.
Yeah.
You got to have a lot of opinions that are right. Obviously that's the case in pick 3s, pick 4s, doubles, things like that. But side bet of the day, jockey race. How about that? The jockey race. Is this for the day or is this for the rest of the meet?
Just for the day. Okay,
So
we have
Gaffalione,
options.
Saez,
Saez,
Irad.
Okay. I don't want them to think that I like one more than the other, though.
This is
Okay, we are letting you pick first. So go ahead.
I'm going with Irad. He was the first person I saw walk in today, and you know what? I was walking through the gate, and I said, "Hey, Scott," and I look over and it's Irad, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up, Irad?" I felt cool for a second. Irad Ortiz Jr. He was waving at me, and he called my name, so I'm going Irad Ortiz Jr. today.
Okay.
He's got 7 months today. Let's get him, Irad.
As much as I love Saez, he's like my favorite. I'm going to go with Tyler G.
You just
today.
said you can't pick a favorite. Now you just said Luis Saez is your favorite.
I know, but, just because whatever. I'm going with Tyler.
Tyler, okay. You're playing for the Corksicles.
Sorry, Louis.
Hashtag Team Gabby, hashtag Team Scott. If you want to be a front runner, you're going with Gabby. She won yesterday. If you like to come from behind, we're going to do it in these last 2. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this penultimate day of racing this spring at Keeneland.
Industry timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby week at the World's Marketplace.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
New Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Keeneland welcomes Angela Baumgardner to the paddock. An actor and singer, Angela was last seen in Lexington as Anna in the Broadway tour of The King and I. She recently sang the national anthem of the TV series 1,000 Tomorrows and can be seen in multiple films and commercials. At this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Tim Philpott with concessions as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Tim.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast and the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick five gets underway. There are no changes in that first race. Race 2 is where the early pick four begins. In that second race, scratch number 6, Or Mine, and scratch number 8, Candy Maker. That's in the second race. Scratch the 6, Or Mine, and scratch number 8, Candy Maker. Third race, scratch the 5, Motown Mayhem. That's in the third race. Scratch the 5, Motown Mayhem. Fourth race is where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. In that fourth race, scratch number 4, Fast Gal. Also scratch the 5, Sunny Needs Money. Also scratch the 9, Economic Hangover. And scratch the 10, You're Avoiding Me. That's in race 4. Scratch number 4, Fast Gal. Scratch the 5, Sunny Needs Money. Scratch number 9, Economic Hangover. And scratch the 10, You're Avoiding Me. There's a jockey change in that race. That'll be number 3, Social Mandate, and the jockey will be Declan Cannon. That's the fourth race, number 3, Social Mandate, the jockey Declan Cannon. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. There are no changes in race 5. Sixth race is where the late pick 4 begins. In that sixth race, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silverleaf. That's the sixth race. Scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch number 4, Silverleaf. Seventh race, scratch the 12, Moshiro. Also scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Also scratch 15, Need Some Money. And scratch 16, Jenny Lind. That's in race 7. Scratch the 12, Moshiro. Scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Scratch the 15, Need Some Money. And scratch the 16, Jenny Lind. Please note, number 14 draws into the race. Number 14, Chica de Oro, draws into the race. Eighth race has no changes. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that ninth race, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. And please note there is a jockey change on the 11, Ronick, and that'll be Declan Cannon. That's in the ninth race, number 11, Ronick. The jockey, Declan Cannon. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Thursday, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here at Keeneland and from abroad, as we bring you to the final 2 days of racing here for the spring meet. 9 races tomorrow, 10 today, 10 tomorrow, 19 races in total to close out the spring meet, and some competitive fields making up the course of this 9-race card today.
Yes, I talked about this a while ago, but Scott, it's just every single race. I think that there are plenty of opportunities to even go against the favorite, but if you like the favorite's probably going to go off at a decent price and you'll still make money. So that's just the kind of day that is today. It's difficult, but I do think there are lots of opportunities.
Speaking of the featured race, race number 7 today is our featured event. You can see the mass that makes up this group. There are some scratches. The 14 does draw in off the also eligible Venencia, the 5-2 morning line favorite for Chad Brown, a filly by Recoletos, who was debuted at Chantilly in France, won on that debut, and now shows up here in the United States more than 5 months removed from that debut victory.
Yeah, she's a bit of an unknown. Don't really know what to make of that one race in France, but it is Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. The connections seem very live in a race like this. I know you and I both really like the 7 Tammy Tap 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 getting out of distance for the first time. I also thought you could make a case for the 6 Desert Tempest at 10-1, but it is a very complicated field, many ways to go in there.
Post time for the 7th race, the featured event, 4:12 Eastern Time. We are 19 minutes away from getting this card underway. $18 minutes to the post for race number 1 now. Maiden $20,000 claiming event. These are 3-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs will be the distance asked of them. So a sprint event to get things underway. Start of the early pick 5, first double of the day, and first pick 3 of the day, starting here with the opener. Manchester is the 8-horse, my top play here in race number 1. Manchester for Average Joe Racing, and Jeff Angler drops off of some runs at Turfway Park. I think that enough of a performance on the cutback and the drop will be good enough to win here today versus a group that has a lot of questions to answer, is the politest way that I can put it. I think that Manchester can take advantage of that here today, coming off of those races up at Turfway.
When you look at his races, especially the last 2, Scott, it just seems like he doesn't have much follow-through, and I don't necessarily think it's the competition. I think it's the distance. A lot of the time when we see horses not have that late punch, it's because they're running at a distance that's too long for them. So the 8 Manchester turning back to a sprint, I think, is going to be beneficial.
You've got the number 3 runner on top, Kasimba, first-time starter for Wesley Ward. Walter Rodriguez, once again, getting another chance to ride for Wesley this week, the 5-pound apprentice. But here we go with a Wesley Ward horse aggressively spotted in a spot to win here at Keeneland, debuting in a maiden claiming race.
Looks like a big boy down there in the paddock, a son of Cantheros out of a street sense mare, Cleverness. But in maiden claimers, especially first time out at Keeneland, Wesley wins at 38%, and crazy enough, it's a positive ROI of $3.30, finishes in the money 81% of the time. Those statistics led me to this first-time starter.
5-2 on the board, not a bad price if you want to back a situation that Wesley Ward excels at here at Keeneland Racecourse. Level Up, the number 2 horse. We both have this horse second choice. Drops out of a maiden 100 grander, which was here at Keeneland back on the 13th of April. So a fairly quick turnaround, drops in for 20. No doubt this is going to be the easiest group that this gelding has ever faced. 8-1 is a really good price on a horse that could wake up big time today.
This is a big drop in class. That maiden $100,000 claiming race last time out was equivalent to a maiden special weight. Tim Towle was the winner of the race. He took that race by 9 lengths. So, yeah, I'm seeing this as more of a drop in class from maiden special weight to the maiden $20,000 level. And I thought it was encouraging that he showed speed last time out, too.
And then finally, let's go to Valuable Cargo for Sarah Hamilton. Gelded, drops in class, the son of Accelerate, that champion Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Not much on debut, but the class drop should aid this 3-year-old gelding as he shows up for 20 today.
Yeah, you don't have solid ground to stand on this horse. You just hope that the class relief will help move him forward. Right now on the board at 9-2. You and I both use him as a 3rd selection here.
Most are saddled up here at Keeneland for the opener, less than 15 minutes away before the first of 9 on this Thursday.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a maiden claiming race for a price of $20,000. 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the first race. Main track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s and also begins the early pick 5. Post time at 8 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. All jokes aside, as Quick into Stride comes out for the early lead. Giant Awakening's right there, and Kasimba in between that pair moves up into third. Level Up is away running in fourth. Platinum Ghost fifth up on the outside. Valuable Cargo moves up one position to his inside from sixth. Hyperspeed is in seventh, and Manchester was last, starts moving up toward the rail a couple of spots, but 6 lengths off the lead as the field heads onto that far turn. All Jokes Aside is the leader. Opening quarter, 22.56 seconds. All Jokes Aside leads it by 2.5 lengths. Kasimba now tries to pick up the leader. Second up on the outside, moves a lane off the rail around the far turn. Giant Awakening has lost some ground. Platinum Ghost goes to third position. 5 lengths from the lead, though, and then Manchester now taking third to his inside. They turn for home. All Jokes Aside leads it by 3 lengths off the turn. Kasimba is second, 1.5 lengths, and then Manchester's third toward the inside as they move into the final furlong, and followed by Platinum Ghost, fourth out in the center of the racetrack. Here's Kasimba. All Jokes Aside, Manchester up the rail. Front 3 separated 1/2 length. Moving by the 16th pole, Manchester strikes the lead. Kasimba trying to find more. Manchester has the lead a length. Manchester, Corey Lannery. Manchester winning at 1/2 length on the line. Kasimba was across the line in second.
A Keeneland Horses of Racing 8 sale grad from 2022. Manchester getting the win down on the inside. And this race was won by Corey Lannery, managing to get this horse over to the rail in the early portion of the race. Stay there, have the opening, and have enough horse to kick on and win at odds of 2-1.
You can see the 6, All Jokes Aside, setting the pace early. He tired to fade off the screen, wound up finishing third, but Manchester, with all the momentum down on the inside, gets up for the win, and the 3, Kasimba, finishing second at 5-2. 8-3-6 unofficially across the finish.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 8, Manchester, was first. Number 3, Kasimba, was second. Number 6, All Jokes Aside, was third. The 7, Platinum Ghost, fourth. 8-3-6-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 8 Manchester, owned by Average Joe Racing Stables Limited of Chris Britton. Jeff Engler, the trainer, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Manchester, a 4-year-old gelded son of Curlin, out of Cavalia by Go Sapper, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 12.33 seconds. Results official for the first, 8-3-6-7, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet today. Race 2 will start the early pick 4 with double and pick 3 wagering also featured. Scratch the 6 Ore Mine and scratch the 8 Candy Maker. Again, scratch the 6 Ore Mine and scratch the 8 Candy Maker. Looking ahead to the third race, scratch the 5 Motown Mayhem. That's the third race, scratch the 5 Motown Mayhem. Fourth race, scratch number 4 Fast Gal. Scratch the 5 Sunny Needs Money. Scratch the 9 Economic Hangover. And scratch the 10 You're Avoiding Me. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 4 Fast Gal. Scratch the 5 Sunny Needs Money. Scratch 9 Economic Hangover. And scratch 10 You're Avoiding Me. Jockey change on number 3 Social Mandate, Declan Cannon. That's the fourth race, number 3, Social Mandate, jockey Declan Cannon. No changes at this time in race 5. Looking later in the card, a late overweight to report. Later on today's program, race 7, overweight, number 6, Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over. That's in Keeneland's 7th race, overweight. The 6 Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over.
Some more two-year-old action here at Keeneland Racecourse. In fact, how about some two-year-old action on the turf for the first time? This has been something that we were introduced to last meet, waiting to the later portion of the spring meet to allow these two-year-olds an opportunity to race on grass. And this will be an important step forward for some of these horses to potentially end up at Royal Ascot, which has been obviously part of the theme and the path in which Wesley Ward has carved out over the last decade plus. And here is the Wesley Ward runner Fandom. Now becomes the favorite because of the scratch of the 8, I think, because there was a lot of buzz surrounding Candy Maker, the other Wesley Ward runner who was scratched right around 11:30 this morning. So Fandom, the showcasing colt, finds himself as the favorite. Outside draw, Irad Ortiz Jr. and Barbara Banke and Stone Street Stable. They have gone over to these European sales and bought some very nice horses in recent years with the aim of getting over to Royal Ascot. So Fandom looks to be the latest in that line of nice horses brought over from Europe, debuting at Keeneland, and hopefully, potentially, ending up at the Royal Meeting.
Going back there, it looks like he's got a couple of very nice two-year-olds and options to go over there for the Royal Meeting. But yes, they picked up this horse at Tattersall's in the October sale, and he's a son of showcasing. We've seen, just generally speaking, sons and daughters of showcasing can run well on the North American circuit. One example would be Prize Exhibit, a multiple graded stakes winner. So Fandom, he's a favorite with the scratch of the other Wesley Ward horse. And I like these outside post positions. I know sometimes this can be a conversation. I know it's a little different from the 4.5 dirt races than the turf races, but I just think with two-year-old first-time starters, an outside post gives both horse and rider more options.
3-5 on Fandom. Let's go to the number 7 horse. You've got Calhoun on top, Uncle Mo Colt, Keeneland grad, Phil Antonacci, the conditioner for Lindy Farms and Ice Wine Stables, Tyler Gaff Leon, quick works at Payson down in Florida, and getting some play, 5-1 on the board, third choice currently.
Yeah, and we also have seen the sons and daughters of Uncle Mo. They can really run on anything. They can run on the dirt, but they can also run sprinting on the turf. Perfect example, Golden Pal. But this horse is out of Ladies Privilege, a Harlan's Holiday mare, and she was actually a stakes winner on the turf. So this horse has a really nice pedigree to handle this distance and surface at this point of the year.
Blast Furnace, the 4, 9-2. That is the second choice currently in the wagering. Talked about the owners of a 2-year-old yesterday, Dew Sweepers, a group getting together trying to get horses to Royal Ascot. That was the formation of this partnership. He's a colt by the factor, bred by the one and only Bo Lane here in Kentucky, and George Weaver. Don't associate George Weaver with a lot of 2-year-old runners in the springtime, but I think, like I said before, this is part of the plan of this group, Dew Sweepers, to run at this time and hopefully have a nice horse come the summer, again at the Royal Meeting.
And the factors, a lot of the time we see them be quick. They can be precocious. So that probably is why this horse shows up in this spot today as well. The mare, she won going long on the turf. There's no turf-winning siblings, but George Weaver, for what it's worth, with 2-year-old turf sprinters over the past couple of years, he hits at 11%, but has only started 36 over the past couple of years.
And then the 9-horse Laugh Now, a colt from the first crop of that Breeders' Cup Classic winner champion Vino Rosso, well received at the sales here during Keeneland September. This is a Keeneland September sale grad. John Ennis, 2-year-old races. We also often look in that direction, so it'll be fun to see what this Vino Rosso colt, first of all, looks like and how he performs debuting. Interesting spot to debut on the turf this afternoon.
It is, considering the pedigree here, but maybe that's just a sign that this horse is fast and ready to run. I haven't been able to get a good look at him, Scott, so hoping to get a good look once he gets saddled up and leaves the stall.
2-year-olds on the turf, 5.5 on the turf. The turf listed as firm, rather, and we're less than 15 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Mulberry, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 6 Ore Mine and scratch the 8 Candy Maker. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Again, the turf is listed firm. Main track is fast today. Post time in 7 minutes.
Here's the 2-horse early money for John Hancock, making his second start this season at Keeneland Racecourse. Was part of the first race of the meet. Ended up finishing 8th that day, but moves over to the turf today with some family female side pedigree for the turf.
Yeah, son of Munnings out of Pybella, the mare. She was a 5-time winner on the turf, and this horse is a half to 2 other turf winners. So you just kind of get the feeling that this horse was ready to rock and roll in the beginning portion of the meet for John Hancock, but kind of pointing for the turf towards the latter half of the meet. So early money hopefully can improve on the surface change today.
Calhoun for Lindy Farms Ice Wine. We talked about this colt over in the paddock. He's an Uncle Mo 2-year-old for Phil Antonacci. Comes in with Tyler Gaffleone getting the opportunity to ride.
I really like how this horse looks. I took a close look at him in the paddock, and Scott, he's short coupled. He looks very racy. His hind end is the strongest in the field. You can just see how powerful he is behind the saddle. So I don't know. I like him. He's my top pick. I like him on the track as well.
So that extra furlong was the motivation to go in this direction. So one to keep an eye on as we progress through the spring and the summer, one would think, with Laugh Now.
Yeah, 5.5 is better than 4.5, but I'm sure he wants
longer.
a distance that's longer in the future.
And then finally, Fandom for Stone Street Stables and Wesley Ward asked Wes what goes behind the decision making and who he points towards these few turf races at the end of the meet versus the dirt. And he says, well, with this one, the pedigree has something to do with it. And down in Florida, they're able to work them on the turf course at Palmetto. So they get the opportunity, and he's done that. He said he's a pro, and that's exactly what we're seeing from him. He says that he's got the professional mind to handle moving over to the dirt, as we see the 4 rearing up a bit there. The gray, the Blast Furnace, the gray son of the Factor. But you can see nothing bothering him out there as he warms up. Yeah,
he was passing some horses that were acting up a little bit, and it didn't faze him whatsoever. And that's the one thing that we say time and time again, Scott, these horses coming out of the Wesley Ward barn, not only are
Results of race 2 official. 10-4, 5-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of race 2, the Mulberry, number 10, Fandom, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Iran Ortiz Jr. Fandom, a 2-year-old son of showcasing out of Brogan by Pivotal. Bred in Great Britain by Chasemore Farm, the 5.5 furlongs over the turf. Listed firm today, 1 minute 3.21 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Mulberry to the connections of Fandom. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here in this third event. Scratch the 5, Motown Mayhem. Scratch the 5, Motown Mayhem. Fast track, firm turf today. Looking ahead to the fourth race. Fourth race, scratch the 4, Fast Gal. Scratch the 5, Sonny Needs Money. Also scratch 9, Economic Hangover, and 10, You're Avoiding Me. That's in race 4. Scratch the 4, Fast Gal. Scratch the 5, Sonny Needs Money. Also scratch the 9, Economic Hangover, and the 10, You're Avoiding Me. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Social Mandate, Declan Cannon. That's race 4, number 3, Social Mandate, jockey, Declan Cannon. No changes at this time in race 5.
Race number 3, a group of 3-year-old fillies. They'll be sprinting 7 furlongs, 1-turn event. And I'll go to Fast and Happy as my top play for owner Hugh Bishop. Bred this Run Happy filly here in Kentucky, trained by Tom Drury Jr. Joe Talamo will get the opportunity to ride here this afternoon, but the cutback in distance is the angle that I'm hoping will work best for this filly. As they went around the ground last time out, she wasn't nearly as effective. She was the beaten favorite that day, but Drury going to go back to the one-turn setup, and I think that will be a benefit to the Run Happy filly.
Last time out, she did stretch out to the mile, as you mentioned. She just seemed like she ran a little bit of a flat race that day, and it was probably because of the distance. But her debut was good, Scott. She finished second to a horse by the name of Lady Lowry, who I believe is trained by Will Walden, who would go on to Maryland and win a stakes race, posting a 73 Beyer speed figure for that win. So it was a good debut. If she can get back to that type of performance, yeah, she's live.
Blue Topaz is where you end up, the cross-traffic filly. That sire cross-traffic have an insane opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse, the son of Unbridled Song. And this is a filly that's run once, sprinting. That was at Turfway, and she ran kind of the same race that the filly I like, Fast and Happy, did.
I thought it was a strong race when you just look at the final time of the race, too. But Fogo Island was the winner. That was a first-time starter for Paulo Lobo and OXO. Was very impressive. But when you watch the replay, Blue Topaz, this filly, and Fogo Island, they were 6 lengths clear from the rest of the field. So that just goes to show you kind of 2 separate races were being run. And I liked the winner, so therefore I like Blue Topaz.
Union Harmony's a first-time starter that's getting some attention. She's 4-1 right now. I mean, in fact, there is not a lot of separation from the top to the very bottom when it comes to the parimutuel pools on the win end here in race number 3. So a pretty tightly contested race from the opinions where the money's going. But Union Harmony for Bridlewood Farm, homebred for Bridlewood. She's coming in with some fast works between Paul Meadows and here at Keeneland. And we touched on this morning on Today at Keeneland. Brendan Walsh having a phenomenal meet here this spring at Keeneland Racecourse.
Yes, he has. And many of those wins have been with jockey Tyler Gaffleone, who is the current leader in terms of the jockey standing. So Union Harmony, we'll see how she can do at 7 furlongs in her debut this afternoon. But I agree with you. Some impressive workouts, at least on paper, in the morning.
Arden's Assault, the 2-horse for Brad Cox. One start, that was in a route race at Fairgrounds. Now we'll cut back in distance, and that was a route race that was taken off the turf course back on the 18th of February. Filly by Violence out of a Not for Love first dam.
Yeah, she was kind of an awkward mover first time out, and especially in the beginning half of the race. So I'm not surprised to see them put the blinkers on to hopefully get her to focus a little bit better. But the cutback in distance should help her because she did seem to be flattening out late coming down the stretch at the Fairgrounds.
And we've both got the 4-horse Milieu for Mike Rutherford, Bill Mott as our third choice, Empire Maker filly, who's going to change things up and sprint here today. She won a 1-turn 1 mile at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet in September of last year, but she's not gone this short, and she moves back to dirt, so a couple of changes to potentially lean on here with this filly. Maybe they'll let her roll here today. Maybe they'll try to be aggressive with her here today.
I don't know what to make of her just because her races have just been okay. Some of those races have produced fast winners, but the majority on the turf. I don't really know what to make of her on the dirt today, but I do think less distance will help her deliver her best.
It's race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse, coming up in less than 14 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Lantern Hill, maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies. Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5. Motown Mayhem, number 5, is a scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in just 5 minutes.
Taking a closer look at these horses on the track as they warm up in preparation for the third race today. And here's the one, Patience Worth. We talked about the entire field except this 3-year-old filly. That's how wide open Scott and I kind of saw this race. But this filly sent out by Owen Hardy, she definitely has a chance to win this race. She's 8-1 right now. She looks well on the track, and she finished second to a filly by the name of Royal Dame. She would come back to win a starter allowance on the turf by 7 lengths, so she has gone on to really improve in some of her races. And even the filly that she caught 2 starts back, Frosty O'Toole, would come back to win as well. She caught some tough races down there at Tampa, and I'm not necessarily saying that this is a class relief, but this just does seem like a competitive spot for her, and I do appreciate the cutback in distance. She has speed. I don't think she necessarily needs it, but 7 furlongs should be just fine for her. And then we'll take a look at the 4, Milieu. I like how this filly looks on the track today for Bill Mott. I still question, the dirt versus the turf. Where is she best at the end of the day? They've tried several things with her. They've tried the dirt. They've tried the turf with her. Today will be the first time they try her at a sprint distance on the dirt. She is very big in size. She is definitely the biggest filly compared to her competitors today, but I don't mind that. I just think she's coming into the race holding really good condition, and we'll see how she fares today. Coming back to the dirt, she's 3-1, but this is a very competitive field. Again, you could make a case for several horses in this field. We talked about all of them. We'll see who winds up being the best in the end in race 3.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Lantern Hill. They are at the post. And they're off. Patience Worth and Arden's Assault away quickly toward the inside, and Union Harmony comes out running in third position. Arden's Assault goes to the lead, though, as they head up the backstretch. Arden's Assault gets over next to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Union Harmony goes second by nearly 3 lengths, followed by Patience Worth, who's down toward the inside, challenging for third with Milieu there on the outside of that one. And then further back, Blue Topaz next to last. Fast and Happy is the trailer, running last some 7 lengths off the lead. Opening quarter, 22.98 seconds. Arden's Assault, the leader. Arden's Assault leads it by a length. Union Harmony goes second to the far turn by a length. Patience Worth is third by just a half length. Milieu is fourth up on the outside, then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Fast and Happy, moves up 1 spot from last. Blue Topaz now the trailer. Arden's Assault to catch. Arden's Assault has opened up here 5, 7 lengths in front now. As they round the far turn, Arden's Assault, top of the stretch, is all alone, has the lead out to nearly 10. Fast and Happy circles up on the outside to take second, still well behind the leader, though, as they come toward the 8th pole, or at least as Arden's Assault comes toward the 8th pole. Still leads it by 7 lengths into the final furlong. Fast and Happy is second. Patience Worth swings toward the outside, moves up a couple of spots into third, but at the 16th pole, Arden's Assault and Luis Saez just cruising on home from here. Fast and Happy in the second position, but it's all Arden's Assault for the win. Fast and Happy second, Patience Worth was home third, and then Blue Topaz was up in time for fourth, 1 minute 27.71 seconds.
Arden's Assault taking it to him here today. This turned into an absolute one-horse race in the end. The only horse that closed was the 7-horse Fast and Happy, but she's just simply had way too much work to do because the 2 had opened up on him by double-digit lengths midway around the turn.
Easiest of victories. She showed speed, went to the front end, and Luis Saez just an absolute passenger coming down the stretch today. It was a long gap from first to second, but the second place finisher winds up being the 7, Fast and Happy.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 2, Arden's Assault was first. 7 Fast and Happy was second. 1 Patience Worth was third. The 6 Blue Topaz fourth. 2716 unofficial. Results are official for Keeneland's third race. In the winner's circle for the Lantern Hill, the official winner, number 2, Arden's Assault, owned by Thrash and Payne. Of Ike Thrash, Don Thrash, Wilfred and Ab Payne, the trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Luis Saez. Arden's Assault, a 3-year-old filly by Violence out of Can't Explain by Not for Love, bred in Kentucky by Whisper Hill Farm LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate Arden's Assault gets the Beard Course distance about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.71 seconds. Results are official, 2716, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Arden's Assault. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the pick 6. No carryover today. Main track is fast, turf is firm. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch the 4 Fast Gal. Also scratch the 5 Sunny Needs Money. Also scratch the 9 Economic Hangover and the 10 You're Avoiding Me. Again, scratch the 4 Fast Gal. Scratch the 5 Sunny Needs Money. Scratch 9 Economic Hangover and scratch 10 You're Avoiding Me. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Social Mandate, Declan Cannon. 3 Social Mandate, the jockey, Declan Cannon. No changes in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race. In race 6, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silver Leaf. That is race 6, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silver Leaf. 7th race. Scratch the 12, Moshiro. Scratch the 13, Silver Stripes. Also scratch 15, Need Some Money, and the 16, Jenny Lind. Again, that's in race 7. Scratch 12, Moshiro. Scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Also scratch 15, Need Some Money, and 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 14, Chica de Oro, draws into the race. 14, Chica de Oro draws into the race. There's also an overweight in race 7. A reminder, number 6, Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over. 6, Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over. No changes in race 8. 9th and final race, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. That's the 9th and final event. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Ronick, Declan Cannon. 11, Ronick, the jockey, Declan Cannon. Fast Track Firm Turf.
Up to race number 4, 18 minutes to post, $20,000 claimer. Nominators a 2 lifetime for fillies and mares 3 and up, and they'll be going 6 furlongs. Cammy Cat, the 2-horse, 8-5 favorite right now for Eric Foster. Wire-to-wire winner at Turfway last time out. Took her a while to find her friends and break her maiden, but she did so last time out, and let's hope that the light bulb stays on.
She did. That took her 11 career starts to finally find the winner's circle, and she actually went off at 2-1 that day. She wound up going gate to wire in an honest pace. So she just broke her maiden, and hopefully that light bulb continues to click. I used her in the top 3, Scott, especially with some of the scratches in here.
The number 7 horse is your top selection right now, or always was. 3-1 right now on the number 7 horse for you. That is a Sweet Beauty for Alexis Clare. Alexis, good off the claim. First off the claim, 27% winners with a good chunk of horses claim.
Yeah, and this filly's last win came at Colonial against Maiden Claiming Company, but she's been right there against, decent competition as of late, and I don't really think she has to improve that much in order to win. This just seems like a competitive spot that Alexis Clare has found for this filly.
And the 3-horse 5-1, that Social Mandate. Make the rider Declan Cannon. Rider change on the 3 Social Mandate. Declan Cannon picks up the mount for John Hancock, and a horse that makes her second start this meet at Keeneland. Comes out of a 30 non-mortars a 2 and now shows up here for 20. So the drop in class should aid this filly, who's had some races that would be competitive against this group. It's just a matter of her rediscovering that kind of form here today.
I do think this is a much easier race than what she faced last time out here at Keeneland. She also got away awkwardly. I don't think it was too detrimental. It didn't really change the course of the race for her because she's a filly that doesn't always need to be forwardly placed. So Social Mandate, I think more so, it's just finding an easier group today.
Race number 4, 16 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race. Claiming race, $20,000 the price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, Fast Gal. Scratch the 5, Sunny Needs Money. Also scratch the 9, Economic Hangover, and scratch the 10, You're Avoiding Me. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Social Mandate, Declan Cannon. 3, Social Mandate, the jockey is Declan Cannon. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track, firm turf, post time in 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Cammy Cat right out for the lead from the inside. Cammy Cat immediately to the front. Social Mandate going to kick in. Moves up down toward the inside to challenge for second with Pappy Says Yes toward the outside. Also contesting that second spot, both just off the leader's flank. Sweet Beauty goes fourth between horses. Puglia close fifth, but toward the far outside, caught wide onto the far turn. 3 lengths off the lead now. And then Extra Sauce Well Done next to last. Break of 6 more lengths back to Spirit Catcher. Last of the 7, 23.11 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Cammy Cat is the leader. A lane off the rail leads it by 3/4 of a length. Social Mandate second to the inside. Pappy Says Yes third up on the outside, and now Cammy Cat opens up on the lead. Cammy Cat leads it now by 5 lengths around the far turn. Social Mandate is second by a half length. Pappy Says Yes is third as they turn for home. Cammy Cat leads it by 6 coming toward the 8th pole. Social Mandate in second. Pappy Says Yes alongside of that one from third position into the final furlong for Cammy Cat, who leads it by 7 lengths. 8 lengths clear. The scramble's on for second. Sweet Beauty runs late toward the rail. Social Mandate is still there fighting on for that second spot as well, but no catching Cammy Cat. Gerardo Corrales. Cammy Cat, much the best here. All alone at the finish. Cammy Cat. Social Mandate was second. Sweet Beauty was third, and then Extra Sauce Well Done was fourth.
Cammy Cat was just too much for him here today. We have seen some blowout victories in the last couple of races, and the latest one being this 4-year-old daughter of Dialed In.
Lightbulb went on last time out and breaking her maiden in her 11th career start, and she continues the momentum today, picking up another victory at even money. 2-3-7 across the finish line for race 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: the 2 Cammy Cat was first, 3 Social Mandate was second, 7 Sweet Beauty third, and 6 Extra Sauce Well Done was fourth. 2376 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Cami Cat, owned by Hugh Skates, Joseph Skates, William Horgel, and R.K. Eckrich Racing, LLC of Rebecca K. Eckrich. The trainer is Eric Foster, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales, and the results are now official. Cami Cat, the official winner, a 4-year-old filly by Dialed In, out of Cameron Kate by Calf Wayne, bred in Kentucky by Cannon Thoroughbreds, LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.63 seconds. Again, the results official, 2376, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Start of the late pick 5, as well as the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is listed firm, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. No changes in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race, a reminder, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silverleaf. That's in the 6th race. Scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silverleaf. 7th race. Scratch the 12, Mo Shiro. Scratch the 13, Silver Stripes. Also scratch 15, Need Some Money, and 16, Jenny Lind. That's in the 7th race. Scratch 12, Mo Shiro. Scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Scratch 15, Need Some Money, and scratch 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, Chica de Oro, draws into the race. Also, there's an overweight in race 7, 6 Desert Tempest, 1 pound over. 6 Desert Tempest, the jockey, 1 pound over. No changes in the 8th race. Checking the 9th and final event. In race 9, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16, did not draw into the race. And a reminder, the jockey for the 11, Ronick, is Declan Cannon. Number 11, Ronick, the jockey will be Declan Cannon.
Race number 5, very competitive event, as you can see on the tote board. 2-1 favorite with the number 4 horse. As it stands right now, the Gray Wizard for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and others. Grab Motion, Caravaggio gelding coming in from the West Coast and has been training up at Fairhill in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, if you will. So we'll see how he fares here at Keeneland in his first start at Keeneland. I'm going to go to the number 5 horse. That is Wicked Fast for Jordan Wyckoff. Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone team-up trainer-jockey combination that needs no introduction, or shouldn't, comes out of much tougher company. It's as simple as that. It comes out of the Pan American, ran against Value Engineering, Red Knight, those proven long-distance turf horses that we saw run in the Elkhorn just last weekend. I mean, this horse could easily have opted for that kind of a race, but they're going towards the path of less resistance, if you will, with Wicked Fast. And I think he'll respond, Gabby, with a big effort with Tyler in the saddle.
He has been going against some of the top quality competition in this division as of late, like you mentioned, the Pan American, the McDermott, the William McKnight down there at Gulfstream Park as well. And one angle that I've been paying attention to at this meet specifically, Scott, is closers on the turf at Gulfstream coming here to Keeneland. I believe we saw an example be successful yesterday, the Ian Wilkes horse in the finale, actually. She really hadn't had any good form down there at Gulfstream, closing from off of the pace, and then she came here, circled the field, and won the nightcap yesterday. So I think that can apply to the 5 Wicked Fast as well. He just kind of looked like he was spinning his wheels on the turf down there, and I don't know that he gets a fast pace. I don't know that that matters, because he's just a very classy horse, and he should be able to get back to showing his turn of foot on this course today.
The Gray Wizard, the number 4 horse, won't be hard to find. Big Gray son of Caravaggio, who was a phenomenal sprinter. Caravaggio, the sire of this 4-year-old gelding, Group 1 winner at the Commonwealth Cup at Ascot. But he gets his stamina, this gelding, from his mother's side. Fancy, the mother of this gelding, is a daughter of Galileo. So getting that stamina pedigree from that side of the pedigree, and a horse that comes off of some solid races on the West Coast.
That allowance win 2 starts back was really impressive. I went back and watched it, and he was last. He split horses. He made this slingshot move from off of the pace, and he absolutely dominated in that field, winning by over 2 lengths. Now, he did come back to go against Graded Stakes Company, and he slowly started to make up some ground. He was down on the inside. He just couldn't get up. It just didn't seem like he had that typical turn of foot, and it could have been the class, the level in which he faced last time out, or it just could have been going from a good course to a firm course. But he's been freshened since then, and again, I really did think it was between the 4 and the 5 here in terms of the classiest runner in this field.
Kitten Mischief, the 1, 5-1. He was a winner in his most recent effort back on the first day of the year, January 1st. He sat close to a pace and kicked on with Jose Ortiz to win that day. That was now over 3 months ago. Luis Saez gets the opportunity. 2 starts back, he ran against Verstappen at Turfway Park in mid-December. Verstappen, winner of the Elkhorn Stakes, that up-and-coming youngster, relatively speaking, to whom he beat in the Elkhorn last weekend. But I think you've got to look at him as a horse that now maybe is just, they've figured out what he wants to do and go further and be part the early part of these slower paces that we tend to get in these mile-and-a-half races.
And there doesn't seem to be a lot of those contenders in here that could be forwardly placed. I would say it'll go into the hands of the 1 or the 8 Microphone. Those are probably the 2 horses that could be forwardly placed in a race like this. And Kitten Mischief obviously found himself forward in that position last time out, and it was a successful ending for this horse. So we'll see if that is the same tactic today, but this time with Luis Saez.
We go from the rail to the outside to English Conqueror. English Conqueror, the number 7 horse in here for JWS Farms. Darwin Banach, a English Channel 6-year-old gelding. We say it all the time. English Channels, they keep their form as they advance in age. And here's a horse that hasn't run this year so far. Had a good end to his campaign up at Woodbine in Toronto when they wind down those meets before the winter months set in. But he was third against Group 3 company, Grade 3 company in his most recent effort on the synthetic, going a mile and a half. He was nearly 28-1 that day. So encouraging to see them send him down this way to Keeneland. And he's been here for a bit. He's got 3 published workouts at Keeneland.
He's a big price at 13-1, not a massive price, but a decent price at 13-1. And I do think that there's a separation in terms of the class between the horses that he's been running against and the horses that the 4 and the 5 have been running against. But we'll see if he's a horse that you could maybe use in those exotics, say the Exacta or Trifecta. He's 1 for 14 on the turf course in his career.
It's coming up, race number 5, 15 minutes to post, a mile and a half.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. 1.5 miles over the firm turf, rail at 20 feet. No changes in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, and also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Fast track, firm turf this afternoon. Post time is 7 minutes.
Now 6 minutes to post as horses warm up for race number 5 here at Keeneland. Started at late pick 5, as well as the Keeneland turf pick 3, 1.5 mile marathon runners. Pick 5 pulled nearly $250,000 with 5 minutes to post. The 3-horse looks good. Cool Rags. His form is a bit suspect in his last few, but maybe the longer distance will be a plus for him. The 5-year-old son of Union Rags, smart strike first stand, beautiful pedigree. He is a good-looking horse, very well turned out, dappled. He's got it all going for him. It's a very good-looking group of horses, as you would expect at a level like this, but thought he looked nice. The form, like I said, is not as appealing as of late, but they've done a good job, Eric Foster and his team, getting him ready for this Keeneland race here today. The number 9 horse on the outside, 9-2, between 9-2 and 5-1 on Sir For Sure. A Sligo Bay 4-year-old gelding for Mark Casse, Ontario bred, coming down here to run in Kentucky. And here's a horse that not only won the plate trial and ran in the Queen's Plate, the first jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown, was third that day. He would go on and win the Breeders' Stakes, the third jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown. So this is a Canadian Classic winner. The last time we saw him was in the Breeders' Stakes up at Woodbine, winning that 1.5 mile event with Declan Carroll in the saddle. Joel Rosario will ride and is in the saddle right now. So if you're looking for a horse that had some very good form, he's just come down to 4-1. So some late action coming in on the Breeders' Stakes winner up at Woodbine, Canadian Classic winner Sir For Sure for Mark Casse. Good group. Pick 5 begins in less than 4 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen, start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes 6- for the lead. Sir For Sure from the far outside is also running toward the front here in the opening strides. And Sir For Sure, determined to clear the inside traffic, and does so, has the lead by 1.5 lengths and manages to scoot down closer to the rail by the time they move on to that far turn. Sir For Sure on top by 2 lengths here early on. English Conqueror laying off the rail is second, 1/2 length, 6-. Third back toward the inside. Microphone is fourth up on the outside. A break of 3 more lengths. Wicked Fast will go in the 5th position, tucked to the inside of Kitten Mischief, who's right there along the outside, traveling along in the 6th position. The Gray Wizard is 7th as they move under the line for the first time, and then Blanket of Roses and Cool Rags at the back. The opening quarter went in 25 seconds flat. And here's Microphone moving forward now to take the lead with 1 circuit to go. Microphone outward from the rail, leads it by almost a full length. Back to English Conqueror now second. Sir For Sure shuffled back into third. A break of 5 more lengths back to 6-, who's in fourth. Kitten Mischief next, stacking up to the outside of Wicked Fast. Then the Gray Wizard behind that pair, Blanket of Roses and Cool Rags at the back. 49.68 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Microphone the leader. Microphone guides the field onto the backstretch, leads it by 2 lengths. English Conqueror second by just a length. Sir For Sure is racing in third position, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 more, 6- is a lane off the rail in fourth. Wicked Fast is fifth to his inside. And then Kitten Mischief, the Gray Wizard, Cool Rags, Blanket of Roses last. They're at the midpoint of the backstretch, and Microphone continues to show the way. It is Microphone on top. Microphone leads it by just over 2 lengths. English Conqueror second by 3/4 length. Sir For Sure is third up on the outside. Here's Wicked Fast moving up a closer fourth against the rail. The Gray Wizard looks for running room between horses in fifth, within 3 lengths of the lead, trying to thread the needle through some traffic onto the far turn. 6- is wide back in the 6th position. Kitten Mischief inside of that one. That pair, both 6 from the front. Microphone chased by English Conqueror. Sir For Sure far outside is in third. The Gray Wizard still looking toward the inside in fourth. 1/4 mile to go. Top of the lane. Microphone leads at English Conqueror. Sir For Sure. Kitten Mischief. The Gray Wizard fifth toward the inside. 6- is out in the center of the course, 5 lengths from the lead. The Gray Wizard comes up the inside. Sir For Sure. Microphone is still there. English Conqueror. The Gray Wizard up the inside though, and the Gray Wizard has the lead. The Gray Wizard in front for John Velasquez in deep stretch. The Gray Gray Wizard to win it. English Conqueror second. Soar for Sure was third. It'll be close for fourth. Kitten Mischief from the outside or Microphone back toward the rail for that fourth spot, 228.99.
The Gray Wizard in the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners Silks. He had to go to the inside, to the rail, to find some room. There was some decision-making to be had by Johnny Velasquez. He made that move around the turn, got himself into position, and then thankfully things opened up on the far side for him to excel and win here at Keeneland.
This seems to be the way that this horse loves to run. He likes to get covered up and then make his move in the middle part of the stretch. Johnny Velasquez rode this horse perfectly, patiently waiting for that hole to open up on the inside, save some ground, and really seeing this horse lengthen his stride right before he gets to the finish line in first at 3-1, and a nice price in second, the 7 English Conqueror at 19-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 4, the Gray Wizard was first. 7, English Conqueror second. 9, Soar for Sure was third. And the 1, Kitten Mischief, was fourth. 4-7-9-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Shamrock Glen, the unofficial winner, number 4, the Gray Wizard, races for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman and for Albert Frisetto. The trainer, Graham Motion, the jockey, John Velasquez. The Gray Wizard, 4-year-old gelded son of Caravaggio, out of Fancy by Galileo, bred in Ireland by Longfield Stud. 12 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, 2 minutes 28.99 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Shamrock Glen to the connections of the Gray Wizard. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 is on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast. Turf is firm today. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In race 6, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silver Leaf. Again, scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silver Leaf. Looking ahead to the 7th race, scratch the 12, Moshiro. Scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Also scratch 15, Need Some Money. And scratch 16, Jenny Lind. That's in race 7. Scratch the 12, Moshiro. Scratch 13, Silver Stripes. Scratch the 15, Need Some Money. And the 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, Chica de Oro, draws into the race. Overweight, the 6 Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over. That's the 7th race, 6 Desert Tempest, the jockey 1 pound over. No changes in the 8th race. 9th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16, did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Ronick Declan Cannon. 11, Ronick, the jockey, Declan Cannon.
Race 6 will begin this afternoon's late pick 4. 50,000 claimers, nominated to 2 lifetime. Even money favorite DeJoria on the outside, who we'll touch on in just a few moments. But let's go to the number 1 horse, Yo Puedo, for Notch Hill Farm. And Robert Medina comes out of a 5-furlong sprint race at Hawthorne up in the Chicagoland area. I think that that's just not this filly's game. She's back out to errata ground. She's going to have speed from the inside, first wire finish. I'll take my shot against the favorite who's hung out wide at even money. Give me Yo Puedo on top, and we should get a price near the 5-1 number that's sitting on the tote board right now.
She definitely will get the jump on the field from that inside post position. It's just a question of can she sustain the speed going a mile and a 16th today with the potential added pressure to the outside. The 5 Pout, she is very quick, and so too is the 7 Lily's Creed, so she might get some pace pressure in the early stages of this one.
But the majority feel that DeJoria, this race goes through this California Chrome filly. Newly minted Hall of Famer California Chrome will be inducted, I should say, this coming summer up at Saratoga, part of a wonderful class of inductees, including Arrogate and Songboard and Corey Nakatani. But she tries the main track for the first time, the dirt for the main track for the first time off of those runs on the synthetic at Turfway Park.
Yeah, she's never raced on the dirt surface before. I think she'll benefit from that, being by California Chrome and out of a more than ready mare. She should handle this transition just fine. And I also think she'll handle the added distance to the mile and a 16th. She doesn't necessarily need to fall too far off of the pace, but I think with the presence of speed, Scott, with so much speed in this race, I think she'll get the dream set up today.
Could see some speed from Lily's Creed, the number 7 horse, 7-1 on the board. She's drawn outside. So what will be the plan of attack for Corey Lanery? And this filly, especially with Pout in here, she's been quick. So they've got to quickly see what the plan is going to be. Do you want to go wide if there is speed to the inside? If there isn't, obviously you can take the bull by the horns and kick on with it. But this first turn is going to be crucial for a filly like this today if she's going to win first off the claim for Marianne Scher.
I agree, because when you look at her past performances, she was getting into a rut of finishing second. There were 5 times consecutively where she finished second, and many of those times were as the short price favorite. She just didn't seem to have any follow through in those races. So I think she completely turned it around when she stretched out in distance. She found herself on the lead. We see that time and time again, Scott, that sometimes horses, they just gain a whole new level of confidence when they're on the lead and don't necessarily have to pass horses. So, if I'm Corey Lanery, you have to at least try to vie for that position today.
Pentagon, the number 6 horse, a Constitution, now 5-year-old mare. She's run twice this year at the age of 5, turf and synthetic runs at Gulfstream Park. She's just not come on the way that you'd hope, or maintained, I think, more than anything, what we saw from her back in the early days of her career. This is a mare that broke her maiden at Keeneland in October of 2021. She ran well in the slop here in an off-the-turf race in the spring of last year, but her last 2 races, I think, are the reason why Shug McGahee and the team and Fred Allure have opted to go ahead and drop this mare in class here today and run her for 50 to see if that aids in a better finish. She's 5-2. But you've got to respect her, in my opinion. But I think there are a lot of question marks surrounding this mare coming into a race like this.
I just don't like the fact that she doesn't possess a lot of early speed. Her lone victory was going a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland, where it featured a very fast pace that fell apart in favor of her. Now, this race today could feature a fast pace, but I don't know that it's going to fall apart into the hands of a filly like the 6 Pentagon. To me, lately, she's just been kind of one pace, and I think you have to ask yourself, what's a fair price on a horse like this?
Well, as mentioned, this one will start the late pick 4. The pick 5 today, late pick 5, nearly $600,000. So these late race exotics, the pulls have been giant over the course of the spring meets, and we'll keep you up to date on where that number sits as they've called for riders up for race 6.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Race 6, a claiming race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2, She's All Class, and scratch the 4, Silver Leaf. Double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the late pick 4. Post time at just 6 minutes.
Looking at Byzantine warming up for Richard Body and Randy Morris. Byzantine, a filly that comes up from Oaklawn Park, and she needs to hopefully rediscover some of that form we saw from her back in 2022, because she's run some good races she ran some good races there. She had good energy. She was ready to go once she came out with the pony. So I think positive signs there. Randy Morris, her trainer, does always great work getting them ready to go. And shipping up from Oaklawn Park, running for 50. Might be worth a look, because Randy's horses tend to run well here at Keeneland.
And Randy's really good at finding horses to claim and then just running them in the right spots after that and having success with those claims. They claimed this horse for a pretty high price, $75,000, hoping that they would find an allowance filly on their hands. But unfortunately, that didn't necessarily pan out. But this is a big class relief for this filly.
Pout is the 5 for Nick Zito. Masarosa, dialed in filly, who also comes in from Oaklawn Park. She should have some speed. She broke her maiden 2 starts ago before maiden 30, so fits the group here today. She is 9-1 on the board. Nice to have Nick Zito back here at Keeneland.
I agree, Scott. Good to see Nick Zito back here at Keeneland. She is very fast. She showed speed, faded to finish 5th last time out. So this is one of 3 horses in here that could be on the lead, and we'll just see if she can overcome that. If she can overcome it, or any of the other 2 speed types can overcome it. It'll be an interesting rider's race. Personally, I think it might set up for a closer.
Less than 4 minutes to post before the start of the late pick 4. The pool hovering around 150, now over $150,000. Get those plays in for Keeneland 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Yo Puedo for the early lead. Yo Puedo goes right to the front of the opening strides. Pout comes away in second position. DeJoria is away running in third. Pentagon is in fourth. Byzantine is in the fifth position. And Lily's Creed is last of the six as the field heads down into the first turn. Yo Puedo is the leader. Yo Puedo leads it by a length and a half. Pout, outward from the rail, goes second by a half length. Byzantine is third back toward the inside. DeJoria swings up 3 wide from fourth. Now to challenge for third, 2 lengths off the leader. Pentagon next to last, and Lily's Creed is trailing 24.94 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Yo Puedo leads. Yo Puedo leads by 3/4 of a length. Pout is second by the same margin. DeJoria, far outside, travels in the clear in third position within a length and a half of the leader. Pout now starts to move up a closer second, but all the while, Yo Puedo still leads. Further back, Byzantine is fourth against the rail, heading onto the far turn, followed by Pentagon and Lily's Creed. It was 49.89 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Yo Puedo and Pout go 1-2, separated by a neck onto the far turn. Another length and a half. DeJoria is wide on the turn in third, a half length. Byzantine is fourth toward the inside. Pentagon is fifth, 5 from the front, starts looking for more running room, has to go to the center of the track to find it, and then further back, Lily's Creed trails. They're already past the quarter pole. Pout still trying to get alongside of Yo Puedo, who still has a short lead, coming to the top of the short stretch, and then a gap of 4 more lengths as they turn for home to Pentagon toward the outside. DeJoria is in between horses in fourth. Yo Puedo leads it. Pout is still there, still second. 2 lengths separate this pair past the 16th pole. It is Yo Puedo now kicking clear, 3-4 lengths in front. Yo Puedo, Florent Giroux to win it. It was Pout across the line in second. Pentagon was third. DeJoria finished fourth.
Inside speed going a mile 16th here at Keeneland is useful, and that was on full display here by Yo Puedo. She cornered nicely, and look at her kick on under Florent Giroux.
She took a little bit of early pressure from the 5 Pout. We thought that she might take some pressure, and it was just a question of whether or not she could handle that early pressure and still shake clear of it, and she certainly answered that question today with a resounding yes at 5-2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 1, Yo Puedo first. Number 5, Pout was second. Number 6, Pentagon was third. Number 8, DeJoria was fourth. 1-5-6-8 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Yo Puedo. Owned by Notch Hill Farm of Scott Morrison. Trained by Robert Medina, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Yo Puedo, a 4-year-old filly by Flat Out. Out of Lunadora by Candy Ride, the winner bred in Kentucky by Notch Hill Farm. Mile into 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 46.96 seconds. Results of race 6 official, 1568, the official results. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. In this 7th race, scratch the 12 Moshiro, scratch 13 Silver Stripes, also scratch 15 Need Some Money, and 16 Jenny Lind. Again, scratch 12 Moshiro, scratch 13 Silver Stripes, also scratch 15 Need Some Money, and 16 Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 14, Chica de Oro, draws into the race. 14, Chica de Oro will run. Overweight, the 6 Desert Tempest, the jockey 1 pound over. 6 Desert Tempest, jockey 1 pound over. No changes in the 8th race. Checking the 9th and final event. In race 9, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 9th race. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Ronick Declan Cannon. 11, Ronick, the jockey, Declan Cannon.
We move on to race number 7, 18 minutes to post, and this 7th race, a first level allowance race for the Turf Fillies, 3-year-olds, which have not won that first level condition, one other than condition. The 3 horses, the current favorite at odds of 8-5. The number 7 horse, Tammy Tap Tap Tap, is the one that both Gabby and I go with on top in here. Tammy Tap 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 for Rigney Racing. Keeneland sales grad from the September sale of 2021. Candy Ride filly who was very impressive on debut, kicking on from off the pace. Last time out, she just was outrun early on, but still came on late. And that was both of those races came at Turfway Park on the synthetic track. Now they transition over to the turf. She's a half-sister to a turf winner. She comes from a very nice family. She's a Candy Ride filly. I think a lot of upside on this transition to further distance and even turf here today. 7-1 on Tammy Tap Tap Tap. A very good price here in race 7.
When you look at sprinters, sometimes, especially closing sprinters, sometimes they don't always pan out when they stretch out to a distance of ground. But, Scott, I actually think she's going to benefit from a little bit of added distance. She overcame a lot to finish 3rd against Stakes Company last time out. She found herself forwardly placed in that sprint race at Turfway first time out. So, again, the pedigree would suggest, and even her running style would suggest, that she's going to improve with the added distance. You and I on the same horse here.
And kind of the same idea with Miss Riddler. She broke her maiden at Ellis last summer, Ellis Park, on the dirt course in a race that was taken off the turf. She is from a family of turf winners. She's comes from a first dam who's by Royal Academy. So you got the turf influence there. Half sister to a couple of turf winners. Good female family as well. So we'll see how she fares here today. Miss Riddler, Luis Saez in the saddle, 14-1. It's a big number on a horse that makes some sense in here. I mean, this is a phenomenal betting race, race number 7.
It's been a long time since she raced. Her last and only race was back in July at Ellis, and it was an off-the-turf event. I think a lot came together for her to win that day, and overall, Scott, it did produce kind of a slower Beyer speed figure, but she could be a completely different filly today. That's the thing. She's lightly raced. She was precocious enough to win first time out. She won that race easily, so who knows what she could do in her 3-year-old debut today.
Desert Tempest, the 6, 14-1, another good price. Jareth Loveberry gets to the opportunity yet again. Brendan Walsh leaned on Jareth Loveberry down at Fairgrounds. This filly ran well for Jareth, including that win last time out. So an American Pharaoh filly who's got kind of the same good races on both dirt and turf. She moves back to the turf here today. Should have good position early on. This one owned in part by Medallion Racing.
Some horses liked the turf at Gulfstream or took to it, and some didn't. I thought it was an okay race, but I'm just curious to see what she has in store on this particular surface. And I know her last race was a dirt race, Scott, but she beat Arden's Assault. We already saw Arden's Assault take the 3rd race earlier today for Brad Cox very impressively. So I think that's an important recent note to her past performances.
Yeah, great point. Keep that in mind. There's the 3 horse, the favorite Venencia for Chad Brown, a Recoletos filly who hasn't raced in 5 months. Her only race came at Chantilly on the all-weather surface at Chantilly in France. She won by 3/4 of a length, and she shows up here for her first U.S. start, opting for first-level allowance company with that opportunity still in front of her. So we'll see what this filly's about. But tough to ignore Chad Brown with Irad Ortiz Jr. in these turf races really anywhere.
It is. She won that first race at a big price. She was 21-1 in that event. So, you know, the expectations were a little bit on the lower side for her to win in that first race. But Chad gets this filly now. And just in general, Scott, I think it's important to pay attention to the board. She opened up as the favorite. She probably will remain the favorite. That's important to note. And also Chad, he just does so well with these acquisitions. If you look at the statistics with North American debuters, with first time for Chad Brown, I mean, the statistics speak for themselves. So you're usually not going to go wrong going with this type of angle.
They'll be competing on firm ground in 14 minutes on the turf course. A wonderful first-level allowance condition with a lot of angles to work with, some great prices on horses, as we have mentioned and pointed towards, that have some
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Jackpot Farm, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies at 1 mile over the firm turf. Scratch the 12 Moshiro, scratch 13 Silver Stripes, also scratch 15 Need Some Money and 16 Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14 Chica de Oro will run. Overweight, the 6 Desert Tempest, the jockey 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 7 minutes. Again, the turf is firm, rail at 20 feet.
Nice look at a filly that is a good-looking filly for Lothenbach Stables. Sweet Alyssa, 32-1 on the board right now, moves over to the grass for the first time. They are changing things up because their last 2 races have been subpar, including runs against one of the favorites. In my opinion, is going to be one of the favorites for the Kentucky Oaks, South Lawn, who was so impressive in the Fairgrounds Oaks. But nonetheless, Sweet Alyssa, well turned out by Neil Pessin as she moves over to the grass for the first time. Like the way that she looks. Form's not all that great outside of her debut effort, which was a victory. But nonetheless, nice-looking filly for Lothenbach, Julian Leperoux, and Neil Pessin. Benencia, the number 3 horse, her attitude really picked up in a good way once they legged up Irad Ortiz Jr. She just gave off the sign that she knew it was game time once they legged up Irad, and she has been brilliant in the proceedings, in my opinion. You can see it right now out on the course. She's 2-1 on the board right now. As mentioned, she's a daughter of Recoletos, who was a $1 million plus earner overseas. He won the likes of the Group 1 Prix de Moulin at Longchamp back in 2018 and ran against some very good horses, like in the QE2 Stakes at the end of the season at Ascot in 2018 behind Roaring Lion. He was running against horses such as Cracksman and some of the best over in Europe. Prix Jacques Lemois, he was second behind Alpha Centauri. So a very good runner and a horse that has only had, from what I can find, just one other starter, Recoletos, in the United States, and that was a Chad Brown runner who actually ran in the Here Comes the Bride back in March. So Chad Brown, we'll see if he can unlock this filly's talent here today stateside, but she looks brilliant out there at odds of 2-1. And then also Miss Riddler, the 8. Look at the marking on her face. That is a question mark. And kudos to our pal Kurt Becker for pointing this out. He caught it in the post parade. The question mark for Miss Riddler, that's how she's got her name. She's owned by Green Lantern Stables. So all coming together there, but you can see where the name comes from, and a filly that has shown some ability as well. So that question mark right there in the center of that forehead on down to the tip of the nose. She is 13-1. Miss Riddler, less than 3 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Jackpot Farm. Just about set to move into line.
Give him a shake. And then back down the ground. You're open, Mike.
They are at the post. And they're off. Venencia broke last. There goes Gromantine out for the lead, but only for a moment. It'll be Miss Riddler who moves up along with Cloudy Bay. That pair comes to the front together now to contest the pace as they head down into the first turn. Miss Riddler over toward the rail. Cloudy Bay there up on the outside. Tammy Tap 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 moves up to take third by just ahead. Gromantine is there to her inside, saving the ground against the rail. Miss Peabody is wide and fifth off the first turn. Be My Sunshine sixth back toward the inside. And then Desert Tempest seventh between horses. Chica de Oro travels a wide eighth onto the back stretch. Puffin is ninth. Sweet Alyssa travels in 10th. Boudica 11th. Venencia is last of the 12 and nearly a dozen lengths from the lead. The opening quarter, 24.14 seconds. Miss Riddler, the leader. Miss Riddler against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Cloudy Bay second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. And then Gromantine third by just a neck as Miss Peabody is fourth up on the outside. Tammy Tap 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 is fourth in between horses into the far turn. Be My Sunshine, then Chica de Oro to the outside. 49.11 seconds the time for the first half mile. Miss Riddler, the leader. Midway on the far turn, Miss Riddler leads it by 3/4 of a length. Cloudy Bay still there, second by 2. Miss Peabody is a wide third. Tammy Tap 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 is in fourth as they turn for home. Gromantine is fifth. Be My Sunshine is in sixth. Venencia is still a good 10 lengths from the front, and they're coming toward the eighth pole. Miss Riddler, the leader. Cloudy Bay is right there, but still in the second position. Be My Sunshine, then Miss Peabody. Gromantine. Venencia still 8 lengths from the lead. Miss Riddler is in front. Be My Sunshine is running toward second, still 3 lengths away. Venencia runs toward third. Miss Riddler is in front. Miss Riddler to win it for Luis Saez.
Well, the daughter of Dialed In for Green Lantern Stables leaves no question who is the best here in race number 7 as she sets the pace and keeps on going and now is 2 for 2 over the course of her career.
Yeah, this was a great ride by jockey Luis Saez, just putting her forwardly placed today. And you could see some horses trying to make up ground late. They just could not quite catch her in time. Miss Riddler taking the field gate to wire. And the 5 actually running really well. And Be My Sunshine, the 3 Venencia. Poor gate break definitely cost her today as a 3-2 favorite.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 8, Miss Riddler, was first. Number 5, Be My Sunshine, was second. Number 3, Venencia, third. The 10, Miss Peabody, fourth. 8-5-3-10, unofficial. Into the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Jackpot Farm, number 8, Miss Riddler, owned by the Green Lantern Stables, LLC, of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez, and the results are now official. Official winner, Miss Riddler, 3-year-old filly by Dialed In out of Gotta Have Her by Royal Academy. The winner bred in Kentucky by Green Lantern Stables, LLC. 1 minute, 36.8 seconds, the time for the 1 mile over the turf, listed firm. Again, the results are official, 8-5-3-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Jackpot Farm, to the connections of Miss Riddler. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track listed fast, no changes in race 8. 9th and final race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Jockey change on the 11, Ronick, Declan Cannon. It's in the 9th race, 11, Ronick, the jockey, Declan Cannon. No carryover today for that Toyota Super High 5.
Got another good allowance race here late in the card on this Thursday at Keeneland Racecourse. We're down to 2 races today. The late double starts with race number 8. Good look at non-violence right now for Brett Calhoun, one of 2 that trainer Brett Calhoun will send postward, and non-violence is 9-2, actually the longer shot of those 2 horses. Cuts back in distance. Ray Gutierrez has ridden this horse every step of the way as far as in the afternoons, but I think the cut back in distance more than anything, Gabby, will be a big plus for this filly. Let's just hope that she can jump and get good position, because I think that's going to be key for her, and hopefully she can cross over and save a little ground in doing so as well.
Yeah, for the most part, she's had decent breaks, but first time out, she was pinched immediately coming out of the starting gate, and she had to overcome that. She still went on to win that maiden special weight at the fairgrounds back in December by over 5 lengths. She has been the heavy favorite, or I guess the heavy favorite in her last 2 races, the 2-1 favorite in her first race, but she has been favored in each and every one of her starts. If you have liked her and you have followed her, you're probably going to get the best price of her career thus far.
Currently 9-2 on the board. She'd be an $11 winner if that's the price that she would go off at and would be successful in this race. Let's move along to your top selection, the filly that'll be right next to her, to the inside of her in the starting gate. That is Tales of Home for Chuck Fipke, a homebred for Mr. Fipke and Dallas Stewart, a horse that is 1 for 5 in her career, but 4 for 5 in the money.
I don't necessarily think she took to the track last time out, so I'm kind of skipping over that race and looking at the rest of her races comprehensively. And I thought that her race 2 starts back at Oaklawn was very good. She closed to just lose by 3/4 of a length, but her maiden special weight win was sharp as well. I don't think that she should have any problem with a little bit of added distance of the 7 furlongs today. In fact, I think it'll help her find a place forwardly placed this afternoon.
The number 5 horse, Braganza for Eddie Keneally. She's a filly that has run some good races, and then she's run some just okay races. We'll see what version we get of this dialed-in filly. We'll see if we'll get 2 consecutive dialed-in winners here late in the card at Keeneland Racecourse. But if she comes with a good race, she'll be a factor. There's no doubt.
She's just been a little inconsistent. Her first race, she blew the doors off that field to win by 12 lengths, and that was a field of 7. Her most recent race, she finished 2nd, and those are probably her 2 best races on form. If she can deliver her best races, yeah, she definitely has a big shot. But Scott, it's an inconsistency that's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around.
And then finally, 8 and Broke, the other for Brett Calhoun. I honestly would have thought that the 7 would have been a shorter price. There's still time that's going to be the case of these 2, but she's getting some support and plenty of support. 7-2 to make her the second choice right now in the win pools, and she's 1 for 10 lifetime. Another dialed-in filly here in this race and on this card at Keeneland. But in the inside, she has to be quick with Corey Landry. He needs to get her into the race and get some position. I don't see her as being the type that wants to try to close or come around horses and try to split horses in this race.
And that might be a little bit difficult considering the distance. To me, when I look at both of Brett's horses, I think they're both valid picks off of their accomplishments, but you really have to question the 7 furlong distance. I actually thought the 1 Ain't Broke might be a little bit better going longer because she can show that ability to be more forwardly placed, and there just might be faster fillies in here that get the jump on her at this particular distance.
She's showing some attitude right now as they've got the saddle on her, and she's going to take some laps here before they move on to the next aspect of this paddock and call for the riders up. Race number 8, less than 11 minutes to post. Should be set for that riders up call very quickly. Race 8 starts the late double.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Gunston Hall, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 8. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time is 6 minutes.
Couple of observations with these horses from the paddock side to the front side. This 2-horse has been revved up. Wouldn't be shocked if she's ready to leave the starting gate and kick on. Story Hour is her name. Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. She's 9-2 right now, but she has been high energy from the paddock now to the front side, and she's maintaining that attitude right now, and she's keeping it within herself as well. She's not over the top. I think all positive signs if you like the 3-horse Story Hour at getting ready for race number 8 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Send For Me, she has been very mellow, the number 3 horse, and there she is, a nice warm-up. She's shown some speed in her races, thought that she could be a serious pace factor in here, but she has been very, very relaxed, and this will certainly get her going the way that Florent Giroux is warming her up for this 8th race. So well-bred filly for the Augustin stable, Into Mischief filly, potentially a pace setter in here as she's getting now and even just trying to get her, I think, relaxed a little bit more as they've got that warm up, in to the number 3 horse, Send For Me. There's the favorite, the number 6 horse, Tales of Home, now down to 5-2 for Mr. Fipke and Dallas Stewart. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Good race, wide open event. Longest shot on the board is the number 4 horse. That is Take Care for Robert Medina, who's looking for his second win this afternoon, carrying the silks of W.S. Farish. Mr. Farish, the filly by Honor Coach. She will cut back in distance. She won going a mile at Ellis Park. There are no wrong answers when it comes to who you like in this race. It's a good race. Good luck. Race 8, 3 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Gunston Hall. They are at the post. Story Hour, fractious in the gate. And they're off. Tales of Home and Nonviolence from the outside. Story Hour down toward the inside. Send For Me now moves up from in between horses into third. Nonviolence far outside has the lead only by a head. Here's Tales of Home moving up to her inside. Tales of Home gets over next to the rail, leads it now by just a neck as they head up the back stretch. Nonviolence goes second by a length and a half. Braganza third toward the outside by a neck. Send For Me fourth toward her inside. Break of nearly 3 more lengths back to Story Hour, who's toward the rail in fifth. Take Care is right alongside her in sixth, running 6 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more lengths back to Ain't Broke, whose last opening quarter 22.86 seconds. Tales of Home leading Nonviolence by a half length around the far turn. Braganza third to the far outside, a length off the front pair. Send For Me is fourth back toward the inside. She's lost some ground around the turn. She's now 6 lengths from the front. Take Care, Ain't Broke between horses. Story Hour last, top of the stretch. Tales of Home has the lead. Nonviolence, Braganza stack up to the outside. Take Care, center of the track, is still 5 lengths from the front. Braganza has the lead. Braganza has the lead by a length and a half. 2 lengths clear, moving by the 8th pole. Tales of Home is in second toward the rail, and then Nonviolence third, followed by Take Care in fourth. Braganza in front by a widening 6-length margin. 16th to go. Braganza well clear of the field. Take Care is running on towards second. Braganza gives Luis Saez his third win on the day. Take Care was up in time for second. Tales of Home third, and Nonviolence was fourth.
That is back-to-back wins on the card as well for Luis Saez. Both came with dialed-in fillies from turf now to dirt sprinting, and this filly was full of run late. Pinned her ears back and never looked back and went off at odds of 7-2.
When she rounded the turn, you just knew that she had this race won. She circled the field. She had so much momentum coming around the field as well. Luis Saez just guiding her to an easy victory in the end. And today we have seen several big performances, multiple length winners in both turf and dirt races. This, another one, Braganza in the 8th.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 5, Braganza, was first. The 4, Take Care, was second. 6, Tales of Home, third. 7, Nonviolence, fourth. 5, 4, 6, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Gunston Hall, the unofficial winner, number 5, Braganza, owned by the Redmond Farm of Florent Couturier, trained by Eddie Keneally. The winning jockey, Luis Saez, back-to-back wins on the card for that trainer-jockey combination, 3 wins total on the day for Luis Saez. Back-to-back winners on the program, sired by Dialed In, 3 winners total for Sire Dialed In today. This 4-year-old filly is out of Grand Lioness by Lionheart, bred in Kentucky by Redmond Farm LLC, 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.86 seconds. Results of race 8, official. 5, 4, 6, 7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Braganza. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. Jockey for the 11, Ronick, will be Declan Cannon. Jockey for number 11, Ronick, Declan Cannon.
What a way to close out this Thursday card. 4-1 is the shortest price right now in this field. There are 2 horses at 4-1, and it's back and forth between the 6-horse Dr. Kringle and the number 10 horse. Actually, 3 horses at 4-1. The 10 as well, Missionaire, and the 12 to the outside, Border War for Shug McGahee. So the definition of a wide open race. I go to Karoom. He's 14-1 on the board right now. This is a horse that comes from a family of turf winners. He's by Flincher out of an El Prado mare, and I think that the longer distance is going to be a better scenario for him. He was closing in those 2 races at Fairgrounds from well off the pace, gets more ground to work with, comes to Keeneland. Great price. Jareth Loveberry gets the call once again. He rode this horse down at Fairgrounds back at the end of January. So give me Karoom here with the added distance at 13s.
I think it's also encouraging that he's improving, Scott. If you look at his first race up until his most recent race, he definitely has been improving. His last 2 races, he's finished second, but his last race was by far the most impressive race that he has run to date. So headed in the right direction is the number 9, Karoom, at a big price at 13-1.
Be Well, the 8 for Jack Sisterson, homebred for Calumet Farm. Getting a stretch here before the proceedings continue on. 6-1 on this English Channel Colt, who has steadily gotten better with each start of his career. He'll add blinkers today.
Yeah, and I think his last race was actually quite good. He kind of just maintained in that event. He actually closed a little bit, made up some ground in that December maiden special weight at Gulfstream Park. But to me, he just seems like a horse that will benefit from more distance. The blinkers going on him today. I think with the presence of the blinkers and Luis Saez, this horse will find himself forwardly placed. And to me, he just kind of seems like a horse I could run all day, and the pedigree speaks to that as well.
Yeah, Luis Saez having a day, 3 wins today. He's now tied with Tyler Gaffalione atop the jockey standings with this 1 race today and the 10 races left tomorrow. And as far as a look ahead to tomorrow, Tyler Gaffalione will have 1 more opportunity than Luis Saez on the Friday card. So a tight race when it comes to both the jockey and trainers standings. We go from Be Well, the 8, to the number 2 horse. That is King Curlin for Brittany Vandenberg. Once again with a Chicago Invader, but this horse has been here. This horse has worked at over at the trackside over in Louisville near Churchill Downs, a colt by Curlin who'll move back to turf for just the 2nd time in his career. He ran well at Kentucky Downs. We know how tough that can be. He ran well on the synthetic up at Turfway Park. I think that he has to be respected, and he is. He's getting plenty of respect. He's 8-1 on the board. Brittany Vandenberg teaming up with her husband, Chris Amy, who will be riding once again.
The last time he was on the turf, he was 2. Actually, and that was his first performance ever in his career. He finished actually a really good 2nd that day at Kentucky Downs. I'm not crazy about his last race, Scott. I wish he would have performed a little bit better at Turfway Park last time out, but again, he clearly likes the turf, and coming back to that surface today, he is definitely a horse that you could consider at 8-1.
Border War, the 12 horse, Tyler Gaffalione, looking to get on the board here today on a day that it's been dominated by Luis Saez from the jockey's perspective. This is a colt that they ran going 1.5 miles in his last race, but now we'll go to 1 mile and 3/16. So we'll see what Tyler opts to do. He was tugging in that last race. Will Tyler just give him his head, let him go from that outside draw? There's some decisions to be made when it comes to this horse from this post position.
Yes, and it is one of the bigger fields that he's been in his career. Last time out was a field of 7 the start prior to that. I actually think this horse might benefit from being covered up. It just, sometimes it's a reverse psychology there. Horses who are kind of out in the clear can become a little bit hard or difficult to handle, but horses who get covered up, it kind of makes them turn that switch off, relax, and then kick on from there. I think that's probably what he needs. I don't know that this horse is fast enough to clear from that outside post position, and hopefully he's just able to save some ground at some point of this race.
And Godolphin represented here in the nightcap with Gettleman, the number 1 horse at 9-2. Irad will be riding for Brendan Walsh. It's a Godolphin homebred by their stallion Hard Spun. The gray gelding, 1 start that was on dirt down at Fairgrounds, and now moves over to the turf, which they were intending on doing on debut, but we know how in flux and up in the air that turf racing was down at Fairgrounds. They took that race off the turf. They gave him a go on dirt. Now they'll get the opportunity to see him on the turf course here today. He's 9-2, and a horse that was focused in on today at Keeneland the sole horse on the Clocker report today at Keeneland.
And that's encouraging. I thought this horse just ran an even race first time out, and I don't think that was what the connections anticipated him running at it. Either obviously at the distance, sure, but not necessarily the surface. So I think this is probably one of those situations where give him a race, get him fit, and hopefully look at the goal a little bit later on down the road. And this distance, 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf, seems a little bit more ideal for Gettleman.
They are coming around and waiting for the riders up call. There's a look at the 7 horse at 49-1. It's going to be a jump ball as far as who ends up being the post-time favorite because of the fact that we have those 3 horses vying for it, and even Gettleman not far off at 9-2. So 3 horses at 4-1, and then Gettleman, the number 1 horse, at odds of 9-2. A wonderful betting race to close out this Thursday at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Manister House, a maiden special weight 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile and 3/16 over the firm turf, the rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 11 Ronick, Declan Cannon. Number 11 Ronick, Declan Cannon, is the jockey. No carryover today for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the 4-horse at 27-1, carrying the silks of Bo Hirsch. Bo Hirsch, the longtime for a long time involved in thoroughbred horse racing, had that great champion female sprinter CC back in 2021. He's got a nice program. Doesn't breed a lot of horses, but he gets results. And just one thing in looking at this colt, we're always looking for trends in sport and racing. He's a son of Dialed In, which has worked out pretty well this afternoon. Dialed In, the sire of 3 winners today at Keeneland Racecourse, races 4, 7, and 8. So for what it's worth, we'll see if the sire Dialed In can get another one here to close things out at a big price, 27-1.
And they've been doing well on multiple surfaces.
That's right.
We'll see if he can do well on multiple different distances as well.
Dr. Kringle, the 6-horse, now 5-1, was part of that 4-1 contingent, which we've gotten some separation now. Comes out of a live race at Gulfstream Park. We'll see what he's able to do here today.
Yeah, I thought this was a horse to pay attention to. He just looks very bright on the track this afternoon, and he didn't show much speed first time out. He made up a little bit of ground, but he got away slowly in that turf race at Gulfstream Park. It produced Exact Estimate, Oglethorpe, who would come back to win, albeit on the dirt, for Danny Gargan. So I think that was a strong race, and this horse can definitely improve in his second start.
Missionaire's a good-looking horse, the 10. Joel Rosario for the Head family out of France, bred by Mrs. Alec Head, and Christophe Clement, the conditioner, just looks phenomenal here for Christophe, making his Keeneland debut.
He does, doesn't he? He just looks so strong, so athletic. The post position could be a question for him. He showed speed last time out. That was one of his best races. I would say it was a better race than his first race, and that might be the strategy they take once again today, but man, he looks good.
9-2 on the board on this runner. The 1-horse Gettleman, just a reminder, part of the Today at Keeneland show this morning. He was on the Clocker Report. He's been a very mellow customer out there under Irad Ortiz Jr. in the Godolphin Blue. For Brendan Walsh, we're less than 3 minutes away from race number 9 to close out this Thursday card.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Manister House.
You're professionals. He's looking out through there like, man, come on, let's fix the brain.
They are at the post. And they're off. There's Monjid and King Curlin, and Missionaire from the center of the course moves up. Border War on the far outside. Son of Thunder also up close from between horses, and then Gettleman back toward the rail. Monjid has the lead as they move under the line for the first time. Son of Thunder right alongside in second, Missionaire third, and then Gettleman back toward the inside moves up one spot from fourth. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to King Curlin, who's fifth by just a neck. Be Well is next up on the outside. It travels along about 7 lengths off the early lead as they enter the first turn, but Monjid is the leader. Monjid leads it by a length. Son of Thunder goes second outward from the rail. Gettleman third toward the inside, and then Missionaire is in fourth. King Curlin fifth. Be Well sixth on the outside. Karoom is seventh back toward the rail. Saved ground around that first turn. Border War was a lane off the rail around the turn. Moving up the backstretch is now in eighth. Dr. Kringle ninth. Kader is in 10th. Ronick 11th. And Miracle on Ice is last of the 12. The first quarter, 21.35 seconds. 47.86 for the first half mile. Monjid is the leader. Monjid leads it by 2.5 lengths as they head for the far turn. Long shot Son of Thunder goes second by just a length. Gettleman is third by 3/4 of a length. Missionaire fourth up on the outside. Gap of 2 lengths more back to King Curlin in fifth. And then Be Well sixth on the outside. Still 7 lengths off the lead. Karoom is 8 from the front and is placed toward the rail. Border War is 9th on his outside. They move midway on the far turn, and it is still Monjid leading Son of Thunder with Gettleman third and looking toward the inside, 2 lengths off the lead. And then Missionaire is fourth, still 6 from the front. King Curlin, and then Be Well, Karoom toward the inside. Border War swings toward the outside. A long way to come from there. Monjid is the leader. Monjid has the lead by 4 lengths, by 5. Karoom is trying to squeeze through an opening to challenge for second to the inside of Gettleman. Monjid, Karoom second, King Curlin third. Monjid by 2. Karoom still running on, but the wire is coming. Monjid to win it. King Curlin got up to grab second on the line, away from Karoom, who was third, 154.60.
$19-1 on Monjid, the gray son of Mo Heyman in the Shadwell Silks. You can't miss him out there. And also you can't miss him because he was on the front end the whole way around.
Yeah, this was an awesome ride by Florent Giroux. The blinkers going on this horse for the first time today. That also helped him show some speed coming out of the starting gate, but nobody else contested the pace, and he just went gate to wire, stole this race at 19-1 on the front end.
And guess what we have going into closing day? Another pick six carryover this meet on closing day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Photo for Play sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: 3 Monjid was first, 2 King Curlin was second, 9 Karoom was third, 1 Gettleman was fourth, number 4 Miracle on Ice was fifth, 32914 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Manister House, the unofficial winner, number 3, Monjid. Races for Shadwell Stable of Jonathan Smith. The trainer is Andrew McKeever, the jockey Florent Giroux. 2 wins today for Florent Giroux. Monjid, a 4-year-old gelded son of Mohaman out of Sumaya by Oasis Stream. Winner bred in Kentucky by Shadwell Farm LLC. Mile and 3/16 over the firm turf, 1 minute 54.6 seconds. Results of race 9 official. 32914, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6 for a consolation today. There is a carryover, 52,325. Again, the Pick 6 will pay on 5 of 6. There's a carryover, as Scott mentioned, 52,325 for the Pick 6. Carryover for the Super High 5 as well, $8,730. That's the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, and of course tomorrow, closing day of the spring meet. Again, no perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today, so it pays on 5 of 6 with a $52,000 carryover. Late Pick 5, 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5, and there is a carryover as well for the Toyota Super High 5 of $8,730. Post time 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Trophy presentation for Race 9 is taking place right now in the winner's circle for the Manister House. There's the presentation to the connections of Manjit. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.